The moment is upon us. Kairos has arrived. Welcome, everyone, to Constitutional Doom. Here today we will be first taking a look at the United States Constitution and all of its minutiae that had went into its creation, while making some commentary and analysis on it. After all, there is much to be derived from it, not only for its historic value, but also for its statescraft, both in narrative as well as in the real-life context of how it has helped to massively shape the world that we live in today, particularly if you reside in the United States. And alongside, we will be playing Doom 2016, the first of the contemporary entries into the series, which has made quite a splash in terms of its introduction to all manner of first-person shooters that came before and after, where there were a number that were considerable for their time, especially something like, for instance, Wolfenstein 3D. Doom, just as whenever it first came out in its original form, has still made quite an impression on those who favor video gaming writ large, but especially those who find their home in the first-person shooter genre. So, taking a look at these things together here today, we will get right into our housekeeping as per usual. So to begin with, as you might tell, having launched this series starting anew, we will be doing this as per the usual on the 3-entry routine, where I do, something in the first place, and then I move on to the other half of it. And, if there's more to eke out, we might go on into the third, or we might take a part of it into, storage, put it into the threefold, manifold vault, if you will, and revisit it at some point in the future. I have been continuing to steadily work on the cosmology of the Panatrivium standard model, which, if you are familiar with the channel, you'll know that we tend to do developmental updates on all sorts of things related to the TTRPG that I'm working on, but it's taking a long time to do a proper revision. I had gotten the first draft of it done over my period of the several weeks break, and then eventually it came to be that, it's time to bring this back down to not such a technic explanation of everything. Take it out of the hard metaphysic, philosophic language that was used to actually construe all of the base ideas, and now actually turn it into something that the average individual who might be coming into the document will be able to understand, which means that I've been working on a very, what I consider to be interesting, I haven't seen anyone else quite do it like this, interesting built-in definition gloss type system for a writing style where the short, sweet, intensive definitions are being offered right next to the actual term that it is used to apply to, so on and so forth. I'll talk about it whenever the content becomes relevant and we are actually presenting it. But outside of that, we'll be working on the U.S. Constitution, Bill of Rights, and then we might be continuing that depending on how quickly we're able to get through that. There is I suppose this is less housekeeping. I'll hold on to that for a moment. At the end of this month, that should be when we are not this month, but the coming month, that is when we should be having our first of the, after 3-week intercession break. So, yes, that would be the 19th. There will not be a stream on that day in particular, and then we'll pick up with the 3-week rotation thereafter, continuing as normal. Let's see, I don't believe there's anything else that we need to take a look at. No, I think that's about it. Oh, yes! That'll come in the actual review of what we're about to do anyway. So let's get right into it. Housekeeping done. We'll be taking a look first at the United States Constitution. And now, as we have been moving our streams start much earlier to the midnight hour in CST, that has been for a reason. For those not up on the news, we are doing it this way so that there's less traffic and other potential difficulties that might arise just due to timing and, regular life events that would otherwise, well, make things a lot less pleasant for everybody involved. So, from here on out, I'll be attempting to start with whatever we might be recording for the audiobook or a literary commentary first, and then we'll move on to the gaming. I would genuinely like, had I it my way, to be able to intersplice these parts. That way it's more interesting for anybody who's here, not just for one, not just for the other, but for a little bit of both, especially if they happen to interplay in any way. And I think it gives us a much better break in the content anyway, so that you can, relax on the gaming side, or if you're more interested in the gaming side, relax in the literary side and absorb what has been reviewed. But, such as it is, for the foreseeable future, we'll be doing it in these AB blocks rather than AB. So, to begin with, here we have the United States Constitution. There is, linked in the description at the top, a, what would it be, hyperlink to the congress.gov site that has the full annotation, which, as far as I understand it, is a compilation of all of the various major legal commentators and professionals on the topic, constitutional scholars they're often called, to give you a little bit more of a, I suppose you could say, common folks interpretation, but also to give you some idea of how the Constitution has been interpreted specifically. I have heard, and this is a legal perspective that I understand some to take, that it is very much a matter of interpretation for pretty much every law, rather than complying more directly with the letter, the spirit, as it is to be defined by the individuals who are studying it, or are looking to pass some sort of court ruling or legislation upon it. But, that's a very special opinion. Just as those who want it to be considered just by the letter of it. So, that annotated version should give you a little bit more of a insight into how this document is being taken across U.S. history and how we perceive of it more contemporarily. I should be clear up front, although there is the disclaimer in the description, I should say. I'm not a legal expert. I'm not an expert on anything for the most part, at least not in an accredited fashion. I'm just a fellow who happens to appreciate all things to do with, anthropology and how that can be utilized in storytelling and historic analysis. So, take any of my opinions not as legal advice or legal position or any such that has any bearing on anything outside of that purview I just mentioned. So, Without further ado, the Constitution of the United States. Read by Kairos of the Threefold Manifold. October 29th, 2024. We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. That being the preamble of the U.S. Constitution, this is a very clear declaration of the Founding Fathers' stance as being directly representative of the people themselves. It makes clear that we have the foundational principle as an axiom to all things that would follow henceforth, past the Articles of Confederation, into the future of this federalized state. Democracy, democratia, the rule by people's consent, as it is implied, though not explicit in the etymology. And it embeds the principles, particularly as we have seen it here, to form that more perfect union. The union, of course, being the federalization, although some might interpret it differently. That's certainly how it's panned out. The establishment of justice in the particular interpretation of equality, insofar as they were willing to permit it in their time. Ensure domestic tranquility. To allow there to be a normalization of affairs and events, such that there is a general lack of disruption unto the ongoings of the people's citizenry. Provide for the common defense, meaning that there is a continuity of protection that is to be maintained throughout the history and establishment of this state and its peoples. Promote the... I continue to look at the text for a moment. I apologize. Promote the general welfare, meaning, in particular, that there is not to be a special division or separation amongst the various peoples hereunder. And that the intent is to increase the actuality of flourishing in whatever form that might be espoused, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Again, making reference that this is not just for the immediate individual that is under the regime of the time, but also all that proceed and succeed thereafter. Specifically in the way of maximizing one's capacity for autonomy. Do ordain this Constitution for the United States of America. And that's rather self-explanatory, I think. Article 1, Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives. Here we have the formation and foundation of the most important branch, of which the Founding Fathers arguably themselves were performing in the Convention of Congress, the very first, which arguably the Founding Fathers were utilized, in which the Founding Fathers were arguably already acting as under the Articles of Confederation within the first Constitutional Congress, within the first Constitutional Convention. And besides declaring that it shall not be a unicameral system, that is to say, of one house, but rather a bicameral system, that there will not only be a house of the Senate on one side, but also a house of the representatives, and those will be clarified in their function and form in the coming articles. Section 2. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of the several states, and the electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years, and been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of the state in which he shall be chosen. I see that's a little bit of an edit here. I'll take a copy and, of course, remember that it hates whenever I try and do that, and see what I can find about the originality of that. Okay. It would appear that this was part of the original Constitution. However, it was later taken out by the 14th Amendment. Good to know. But continuing on, that makes it very clear, incidentally, of the fact that there are several modifications that have since been made to the U.S. Constitution, not only insofar as its letter, but also its spirit. And I believe we have a car. Yes, but it's passed. Representatives and direct taxes shall be a it's a little bit small to read as it is. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states, which may be included within this union, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service, for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years, after the first meeting of the Congress of the United States, and within every subsequent term of 10 years, in such manner as they shall by law direct. The number of representatives shall not exceed 1 for every 30,000, but each state shall have at least 1 representative, and until such enumeration shall be made, the state of New Hampshire shall be entitled to choose 3, Massachusetts 8, Rhode Island and Providence plantations 1, Connecticut 5, New York 6, New Jersey 4, Pennsylvania 8, Delaware 1, Maryland 6, Virginia 10, North Carolina 5, South Carolina 5, and Georgia 3. When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. The House of Representatives shall You can see here there's a bit of archaic spelling. When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. The House of Representatives shall choose their Speaker and other officers, and shall have the sole power of impeachment. Section 2 establishes, well, I continue to use that word. Section 2 besets the manner by which the House of Representatives representatives come to take their positions, and exactly how the proportionality of that House of Congress is divided. Ranging from who exactly is able to fill such a position to by what manner is the by what manner in the case of someone not having their proper place. By what manner in the case of someone not filling the appropriate place shall they acquire someone to fill that role? As was touched on earlier, it's also important within Section 2 to take note of the 3/5 compromise. which, and I quote, representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this Union, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. So when you might have ever heard that reference, that is the explicit portion within the second section that declares all such peoples to be worthy of merely 3/5 of a human being for their representative power and apportionment, in addition to any taxes that are to be yielded upon them. That are to be yielded to them or levied upon them. Section 3. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state. Shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, chosen by the legislature thereof for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. Immediately after they shall be assembled in consequence for the first election. They shall be divided as equally as may be into 3 classes. They shall be divided as equally as may be into 3 classes. The seats of the senators of the first class shall be vacated at the expiration of the 2nd year, of the second class at the expiration of the 4th year, and of the third class at the expiration of the 6th year, and of the third class at the expiration of the 6th year, so that 1/3 may be chosen every 2nd year, and if vacancies happen by resignation or otherwise, during the recess of the legislature of any state, the executive thereof may make temporary appointments until the next meeting of the legislature, which shall then fill such vacancies. No person shall be a senator who shall not have attained the age of 30 years, and been 9 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state for which he shall be chosen. The Vice President of the United States shall be President of the Senate, but shall have no vote unless they be equally divided. The Senate shall choose their other officers, and also a President pro tempore, in the absence of the Vice President, or when he shall exercise the office of President of the United States. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. When sitting for that purpose, they shall be on oath or affirmation. When the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside, and no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present. Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to remove Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States, but the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. Section 3 covers a lot. Let's see, the first section. Well, I say section, I have to be careful talking here, given that there is a great deal to go over, and these are called sections. The first bit over here and to the top The first two paragraphs generally cover the function and order of the Senate, much in a similar fashion as the House of Representatives, and I think that they did know, having already in the first section, having already in section 2 taken their time to lay out their particulars, therefore. Cut it down into something that is a little bit more, took the implications of that as being something took the implications of that and assuming the clarity therefrom moved through the Senate especially quickly. Move through the Senate with a little bit of ease. With a little bit of comparative ease. The third paragraph, on the other hand, makes it evident that the vice president has a role not The third paragraph, on the other hand, makes the first introduction that there is a vice president and that they have a particular role, and that they have an exact stated role in breaking any kind of votes that might happen amongst the senators. And that they have a role as the tiebreaker. And that they have a role as the tiebreaker in the case of any kind of, in the case of a tied House, in the case of a tied Senate. In the case of a tied Senate. Not only that, but in the following paragraph, not only that, but in the fifth paragraph following, that they will have a basically temporary placeholder for the VP in the case that they are indisposed for the time, the pro tempore. And I believe that means literally for the time. Yeah. Literally translating to for the time. The sixth paragraph. The sixth paragraph. The sixth paragraph, making it clear that the Senate has the right of impeachment. Not that it specifically asserts a criminal offense, but that there is a civil consequence that might be yielded in the way of removing them from office and preventing them from ever holding any in the future. The sixth paragraph making it clear that the Senate has the ability to impeach anybody, and that it requires not just a simple majority, but a supermajority of 2/3. And the seventh, making it clear that this is not a criminal conviction, but simply a civil one, whereby you're not allowed to hold office anymore. Whereby you're not allowed to hold office anymore, and you can very readily be disbarred from possessing any position of official authority. Those are some pretty powerful powers in the case of the Senate. Section 4. The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations, except as to the places of choosing senators. The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year. In every year, and such meeting shall be for the and such meeting shall be on the first and such meeting shall be on the first Monday in December, unless they by shall law appoint a different day. Need to get a little bit of stevia in my coffee, I dare say. I have been dealing with a little bit of allergies lately. I think from the seasons finally uh, resuming their flip flop instead of simply staying cold all the time. Now we're in a little bit of a heat wave around here. Heat wave, I say. Not in the manner of it actually being hot hot, but it has come back to something more akin to early fall weather, despite the fact that it was very bloody cold for a while there, the span of like a week and a half. We had leaf fall and everything in quite a significant way, just a mere 3 days back, and now we're back up to a while I run in Celsius. 23°C indoors here, which is usually quite reflective of the external temperature. 74. Yeah. Just about in the range of the definition of room temperature. Section 4 is actually Section 4 is actually relatively simple. It just makes it clear that the Senate has to hold itself at least. It just defines that there is to be a particular. It simply defines that there must be some elections held by the individual states on their recurring timetables. It simply makes it clear that each state must define their own characteristics. It simply defines that there must be, in every state, some definition for the election of legislators. Whereabouts that can happen? That the Congress itself can alter the laws that they set. And that the Congress itself must meet at least once a year. Offering a standard date to begin with, but keeping the door open in case they decide to change it in the future. Section 5. Each house shall be the judge of the elections, returns and qualifications of its own members, and a majority of each shall constitute a quorum to do business. But a smaller number may adjourn from day to day, and may be authorized to compel the attendance of absent members, in such manner, and under such penalties, as each house may provide. Each house may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and, with the concurrence of 2/3, expel a member. Each house shall keep a journal of its proceedings, and from time to time publish the same, excepting such parts as may in their judgment require secrecy. And the yeas and nays of the members of either house on any question shall, at the desire of 1/5 of those present, be entered on the journal. Neither house, during the session of Congress, shall, without the consent of the other, adjourn for more than 3 days, not to any other, adjourn for more than 3 days, nor to any other place than that in which the two houses shall be sitting. Before I'm making commentary, in case you're wondering, I am carefully rereading each passage so that I can appropriately interpret it. And I did check. Quorum meaning who, or that which. I got that correctly? Yes. Which. The first paragraph of Section 5. The first paragraph of Section 5 makes clear asserts the function of not only a quorum being, you know, being at least half, at least over half of each house of the state. Section 5 asserts. Section 5 asserts the base function of the Congress. Section 5 asserts the base function of the Congress. Section 5 asserts the base functions of the Congress, being that there is at least a quorum composed of more than 50% of each house, by which the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members, that being how the individual is put there, how those votes were calculated, whether they're actually fit to hold the position, and whether they're actually fit to hold that position. But also that there can be less. But also that there can be numbers. But also that there can be numbers less than a full quorum, where they can conduct smaller legislative discussions, and if there's something significant enough to warrant it, they can get they can get greater numbers of each house in the conversation. They can assemble more members of each house, such that there is at least more attention, if not the constitution of a proper quorum. The second paragraph says that they can determine the decorum that they expect out of their members and what can be done if they don't meet that. The third paragraph says that not only do they need to the third paragraph states that not only do they need to keep a journal of their ongoings, but also that they can keep certain parts secret from the public. That a one-fifth vote can mean that everybody gets their that a one-fifth vote can mean that everybody gets their yeas or that a one that a one-fifth vote can that a one-fifth vote can get everybody's vote. That a one-fifth vote can get everyone's fors or against recorded for that journal. And that at some unspecified rate, they have to release this to the public. And that at some unspecified rate, this must be released to the public. And the fourth paragraph says that, well, neither house can just adjourn. Neither house can just adjourn for more than 3 days without the other house's permission to do so. Section 6. The senators and representatives shall receive a compensation for their services, to be ascertained by law and paid out of the Treasury of the United States. They shall in all cases, except treason, felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from a test during their attendance of the session of their respective houses, and in going to and returning from the same, and for any speech or debate in either house, they shall not be questioned in any other place. No senator or representative shall, during the time for which he was elected, be appointed to any civil office under the authority of the United States, which shall have been created, or the emoluments whereof shall be or the emoluments whereof shall have been increased during such time, and no person holding any office under the United States shall be a member of either house during his continuance in office. They shall in all cases, excepting treason, felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses, and in going to and returning from the same, and for any speech or debate in either house. They shall not be questioned in any other place. Section 6, first paragraph. Section 6, first paragraph states that unless you've done one of the unless you're doing treason, felony, or you're disrupting the peace, you can't get arrested, at least not while you're in session, and when you're going to and from for said session. The second paragraph saying that no congressman can get any kind of position that recently just got promoted in terms of its emoluments, that being a sort of piece of language of the time that came by corruption of Old French through Middle English, originating in Latin. Meaning literally an instrument of grinding up, a sort of euphemism as to profits or means of gain. check something here. That's what I had thought. And in the second paragraph, makes it all the more clear that you cannot hold two that you cannot hold two or more off that you cannot hold two or more offices while being a part of the Congress. Section 7. All bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the state may propose or concur with amendments as on other bills. Every bill which shall provide have passed the House of Representatives and the Senate shall, before it becomes a law, be presented to the President of the United States. If he approve, he shall sign it. But if not, he shall return it, with his objections to that House in which it shall have originated, who shall enter the objections at large on their journal, and proceed to reconsider it. If after such reconsideration, 2/3 of that House shall agree to pass the bill, it shall be sent, together with the objections, to the other House, by which it shall likewise be reconsidered, and if approved by 2/3 of that House, it shall become a law. But in all such cases, the votes of both homes shall be determined by yeas and nays, and the names of the persons voting for and against the bill, shall be entered on the journal of each House respectively. If any bill shall not be returned by the President within 10 days, Sundays excepted, after it shall be presented to him, after it shall have been presented to him, the same shall be a law, in like manner as if he had signed it, unless the Congress by their adjournment prevents its return, in which case shall not be a law. Every order, resolution, or vote to which the concurrence of the Senate and the House of Representatives may be necessary, except on a question of adjournment, shall be presented to the President of the United States, and before the same shall take effect, shall be approved by him. And before the same shall take effect, shall be approved by him, or being disapproved by him, shall be repassed by 2/3 of the Senate and House of Representatives, according to the rules and limitations prescribed in the case of a bill. I think we're going to do these sections here for Article 1. And Noting how long this has taken, and earnestly, how few views my literary analyses tend to get, I might just comment on each article as a whole, although I was thinking about doing it section by section. If you are all interested, please do let me know. I can easily go back over this and piecemeal it out by the sections and give a sort of conclusion on the intention and meaning, a summary. But coming back to section 7. Section 7's first paragraph says that Section 7's first paragraph lays out that all matters of revenue bills, lays out that all bills regarding revenue have to come from the state, have to come from the House of Representatives. And let me check here. But the Senate can make commentary on whatever those bills might happen to be. The second paragraph is wherefrom we get the process of coming through one. The second paragraph is wherefrom we get the process of coming through one house, coming through one house with a simple majority, going to the other house, getting through with another simple majority, getting through with another simple majority, and then coming to the president, where they can do what we now today call veto, or sign, and alternatively passing it back through to the original house that it came from. And now demanding a 2/3 supermajority for each house to push it through, regardless of whether the president liked it or not. Regardless of whether the president signed it or not. And the third paragraph discerns that except for in matters of adjournment, every single bill has to be put in front of the president. Another addition in the concourse of checks and balances. Section 8. The Congress shall have the power today. The Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imports, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imports, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. To borrow money on the credit of the United States, to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states, and with the Indian tribes, to establish a uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States, to coin money, regulate the value thereof, and a foreign coin, and fix the standard of weights and measures, to provide for the punishment of counterfeiting the securities and current coin of the United States, to establish post offices and post roads, to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive rights to their respective writings and discoveries, to constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court, to define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas, and offenses against the law of nations, to declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water, to raise and support armies, but no appropriation of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years. But no appropriation of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years. To provide and maintain a navy, to make rules for government and regulation of the land and naval forces, to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions, to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such parts as and for governing such parts of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states respectively the appointment of the officers and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress, to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district, not excluding 10 miles square, as may, by session of particular states, and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state in which the same shall be, for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings, and to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers, and all other powers vested by this Constitution in the government of the United States, or in any department or officer thereof. It's a little bit blurry. So Section 8 covers a tremendous amount of things. The very first paragraph is loaded tall. The very first paragraph is stacked tall. Beginning with all things taxes. Beginning with all things taxes and tax adjacent. Beginning with granting themselves the right to all things taxes and tax adjacent. Where all of the rest of this paragraph and the ones preceding are effectively justifications for what that tax may be put towards. Starting off with paying back debts. Funding the common defense. Funding general defensive measures. And otherwise, whatever they consider to be the best for the people. But, specifically, whatever they decide must be uniform across the entire U.S. Followed by the right to borrow money on behalf of the United States. Work on any kind of trade with anybody that is not recognized as immediate, that is not recognized as directly the first party of the United States. Figure out how immigration works, which also has to be uniform. Which also has to be uniform. Make their own, make a federal money, and determine its value, and choose what we use for our standard metrics. Figure out what laws are applicable for counterfeiting. Get ourselves some post offices and whatever kind of roads are necessary to make that happen. Accelerate scientific development and issue patents. and issue patents and copyrights. Set up lower courts to the Supreme. Find out, set who and what they'll do about people who are pirates or are otherwise going against national laws. Set who are pirates and who are set who are pirates and set who are pirates, who's breaking international law, and what to do about it. A very important one here. Issuing letters of marque and reprisal, which are documents that let you effectively pirate other which are letters that effectively allow you to pirate other enemies, which are effectively letters that allow you to pirate against a specific target and take their stuff. And institute what you're allowed to do with that. Alongside that, raise and support armies. Alongside that, form armies. But for no longer than 2 years tops. But they can't take money for those conflicts for more than 2 years tops. That goes back to the Roman days. And to complement that, have a naval force, which does not have any limitations for time. Going to show how important a navy is, especially for our strategy. Levy militias and take care of any kind of internal disputes. Levy militias and put down any domestic interferences. levy militias, and put down any domestic or foreign interferences. Regulating whatever state militias are actually being summoned. Importantly, setting up a seat of government as a district, not a state. Hence where we get Washington, D.C. from. Setting up really whatever kind of military structures that might be required. And of course, and finally, to take whatever kind of activities are necessary to get all this done. Section 9. The migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit, shall not be punished by the Congress, shall not be prohibited by the Congress prior to the year 1808. Shall not be prohibited by the Congress prior to the year 1808, but a tax or duty may be imposed on such importation, not exceeding $10 for each person. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended, unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion the public safety may require it. No bill of attainder or ex post facto shall no bill of attainder or ex post facto laws no bill of attainder or ex post facto law shall be passed. No capitation or other direct no other capitation or other direct no capitation or other direct tax shall be laid, unless in proportion to the census or enumeration. No capitation or other direct tax shall be laid, unless in proportion to the census or enumeration herein before directed to be taken. No tax or duty shall be laid on articles exported from any state. No preference shall be given by any regulation of commerce or revenue to the ports of one state over those of another. Nor shall vessels bound to or from one state be obliged to enter, clear, or pay duties in another. No money shall be drawn from the treasury, but in the consequence of appropriations made by law, and a regular statement and account of the and a regular statement and account of the receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office or profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of Congress, except of any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever, from any king, prince, or foreign state. Section 9, paragraph 1 uses the particular language of importation, which should give a bit of a, which I think gives the meaning a little bit away. This was a compromise put into place such that in 1888, Congress could say, no more slaves, you cannot bring them in here anyway. Such that in 1888, no more slaves are to be brought into the U.S. But at the same time, they can impose up to a $10 tax. At least in bringing them into the States. The second paragraph covers the writ of habeas corpus, which, also coming from Latin, almost literally translates to as a shortening of a longer phrase, having of the body. Meaning, you actually have to be brought in. Meaning, you need a warrant before you can be brought for detention, unless the special circumstances of rebellion or invasion, of rebellion of the concerned parties being a part of a rebellion or unless the concerned parties are involved in a unless the concerned parties are part of a rebellion or an invasion. Thereafter, a bill of attainder, meaning that it specifically focuses on a group or an individual. A bill of attainder being a legal document that specifically negatively targets an individual or a group, rather subverting due process, without any trial, subverting all due process, and an ex post facto law which can change the consequences of what was originally a legal action to make it illegal, which some might find relevant today for contentious reasons. This entry prohibits both. The third paragraph says that no direct tax upon individuals at a fixed rate is able to be levied except for in proportion to the population of each state. Something to try and make sure that less populous states it was an attempt to ensure that less populous states aren't necessarily carrying all of the weight. An attempt to ensure that less populous states are not being overburdened in relation to what they can reasonably contribute. That was later repealed. although this was later repealed. The following entry saying that no state can be taxed on their exports, including, for protection, including between states. The fourth paragraph saying that the government cannot preference any one state's port, nor require that any vessels jump through hoops in order to get where they're going, nor can they be required to pay duties or fees. Nor can they be required to pay any duties or fees. Nor can they be required to pay any duties or fees. Nor can they be required to pay any duties or fees when going to a new state by that new state. The fifth paragraph requiring some accountability, in that every single dollar every single dollar and cent has to be properly recorded, in and out, that such reports have to be published, and that all transactions can only be done under the sanction of law. And in the sixth paragraph, that we don't do nobility in this nation, and if any other wants to give you some title, yeah, you have to run it by us first. And if any other nation wants to grant you such a title, you have to run it by Congress first. At least if you're holding office. Section 10. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment. Make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts. Pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contracts, or grant any title of nobility. No state shall, without the consent of Congress, lay any imports or duties on imports or exports. No state shall, without the consent of Congress, lay any imports or duties on exports or No state shall, without the consent of the Congress, lay any imports or lay any imports lay any imposts or duties on imports or exports, except what may be absolutely necessary for executing its inspection. No state shall, without the consent of the Congress, lay any imposts or duties on imports or exports, except what may be absolutely necessary for executing its inspection laws, and the net produce of all duties and imposts laid by any state on imports or exports shall be for the use of the Treasury of the United States, and all such laws shall be subject to the revision and control of the Congress. No state shall, without the consent of Congress, by any duty, lay any duty of tonnage, keep troops, or ships of war, in time of peace, enter into any agreement of compact with another state, or with a foreign power, or engage in war, unless actually invaded, or in such imminent danger as will not admit of delay. Section 10's first paragraph largely explicates the exclusive control of these authorities by the Congress. Such that states cannot do treaties, alliances, confederations, letters of marque and reprisal, money, bills of credit, pay anything but except in gold and silver. That was, do any bills of attainder, directly conduct legal impositions on anybody without trial, make any previous act that was legal suddenly illegal, retroactively, make any laws that fulfill contract, make any laws that fulfill, make any laws regarding the make any laws regarding the fulfillment of contracts more difficult, nor make any nor declare anybody a noble. The second paragraph continues. In that states, even if they are required by their own in that states, even if they must charge some kind of fee on imports and exports for the fulfillment of their laws, for the fulfillment of customs, all the proceeds that come off of that belong to the treasury. And of course, the Congress can modify those at will. And the third paragraph, and the third paragraph doubles down on the matter of imports and export duty with tonnage. Doubles down with preventing fees specifically on tonnage. Says that they can't keep troops or warships. Says that they can't keep ships. Says that they can't keep troops or warships in times of peace. Nor may they engage in direct diplomacy with any other state as parts of the United States. That power belongs to Congress. Okay. So we're about an hour 2 here. And I think the fact of this taking so long makes it clear as to why it's a good idea to kind of speed it up. So we should be able to blow through all of these articles relatively easily. I was hoping we might be able to get to the Bill of Rights today, but I don't think that's going to happen. Article 2, Section 1. The executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. He shall hold his office during the term of 4 years, and together with the Vice President, chosen for the same term, be elected as follows. Each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors, equal to the whole number of senators and representatives, to which the state may be entitled in the Congress, but no senator or representative or person holding an office of trust or profit under the United States shall be appointed an elector. The electors shall meet in their respective states and vote by ballot for 2 persons. Of whom at least one shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. And they shall make a list of all the persons voted for, and of the number of votes for each, which list they shall sign and certify, and transmit sealed to the seat of that government of the United States, and transmit sealed to the seat of the government of the United States, directed to the President of the United States. And they shall make a list of all persons voted for, and of the number of votes for each, which list which list they shall sign and certify, and transmit sealed to the seat of the government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes shall be the President. The person having the greatest number of votes shall be the President, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if there be more than one who have such majority, and have an equal number of votes, then the House of Representatives shall immediately choose by ballot one of them for President, and if no person have a majority, then from the 5 highest on the list, the said House shall be in like manner choose the President. But in choosing the President, the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having one vote. The representation from each state having one vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member of members. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member, or members, from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. In every case, after the choice of the President, the person having the greatest number of votes of the electors shall be the Vice President. But if there should remain two or more who have equal votes, the Senate shall choose from them by ballot the Vice President. The Congress may determine the time of choosing the electors, and the day on which they shall give their votes, which day shall be the same throughout the United States. No person, except a natural-born citizen, or citizen of the United States at the time of adoption of this Constitution, shall be eligible to the office of the President. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained the age of 35 years, and been 14 years a resident within the United States. In case of the removal of the President from office, or of his death, resignation, or inability to discharge the powers and duties of the said office, the same shall devolve on the Vice President, and the Congress may by law provide for the case of removal, death, resignation, or inability, both of the President and Vice President, declaring what officer shall then act as President, and such officer shall act accordingly until the disability be removed, or a President shall be elected. The President shall, at stated times, receive for his services a compensation, which shall neither be increased nor diminished during the period for which he shall have been elected, and he shall not receive within that period any other emolument from the United States, or any of them. Before he enter on the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath or affirmation. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of the President. That I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. Section 2. The President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States, and of the militia of the several states, when called into the actual service of the United States. He may require the opinion, in writing, of the principal officer in each of the executive departments, upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices, and shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in cases of impeachment. He shall have power, and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provided two-thirds of the senators present concur. Then he shall nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States, whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law. But the Congress may by law vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper, in the President alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. The President shall have powers. The President shall have power to fill up all vacancies that may happen during the recess of the The President shall have powers to fill up all vacancies that may happen during the recess of the Senate, by granting commissions which shall expire at the end of their next session. Section 3. He shall from time to time give to the Congress information of the Senate. He shall from time to time give to the Congress information of the state of the Union, and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient. He may on extraordinary occasions convene both houses, or either of them, and in case of disagreement between them, with respect to the time of adjournment, he may adjourn them to such time as he shall think proper. He shall receive ambassadors and other public ministers. He shall take care that the laws He shall take care for the laws be He shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and shall commission all officers of the United States. Section 4. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment on impeachment for, and conviction of, treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Okay. So we have hit our second hour, and we have many amendments left to go. We are only in Article 3, and a large part of that came down to the fact that it took an hour and a half to do the review of Article 1, with all of its various sections. So, we've learned that is a very time-costly venture. And I'll see exactly how the reception is to the highlight reel that inevitably comes out from this. But we will wrap that up here today. I will take a quick recess, and then we'll start up Doom. and we resume. Now, I should be able to pop it up, and it will hopefully take the audio just fine. Alright, looks like our levels are good. I really should hope so. I do understand Doom to be quite the audio-centric game, so we'll see how that goes. So, before we start, I have never actually played Doom myself, and I have seen exceedingly little footage of it. The most experience that I've had with it was I watched my brother play it back whenever it first came out, and he fell in love with the thing. And every little bit of music that I've heard that's come out of it, I've also really appreciated. It has been something I've wanted to experience for many years now, and being that it's in 2016, I thought that it would pair very nicely with the very very stereotypic kinds of expectations and interpretations of Americans as a whole, with ginormous bloody guns going and doing big badass guy things. Yeah. I figured that it would be a funny juxtaposition, and it would also let me experience something that seems to be regarded as a genuine masterpiece in its own time. One of the very few, exceedingly few, reboots of a series that was actually good. So, here we go. I did come in and make sure that all of the basic settings were put down appropriately, because they had some unusual key bindings. So, aside from that, this will be my first time with all of it. Alright. Well, I do enjoy a nice bit of, unimpinged gameplay. Ooh. If I didn't need the tutorials to figure things out in the first place, I'd probably go with ultra violence, but, definitely would have to skip I'm Too Young to Die. And then go to Hurt Me Plenty. I think even starting off, this game has some stank on it. It's got It's got swagger and style. There's been, continually, in my experience, something of a recurring theme of games that have non-conventional difficulty titles being actually good and creative with their whole setting. And I expect that to be the same here. Let's see about it then. The UAC. So you walk eternally through the shadow realms, standing against evil where all others falter. May your thirst for retribution never quench. May the blood on your sword never dry. And may we never need you again. That's chilling. The Korax entry, I'm curious to know if that has any continuity with the rest of the game.
They are rage, brutal, without mercy. But you will be worse. Rip and tear until it is done.
Yo. I don't know anything. Oh, the sights even. So much for zooming in. I just teacup grip it. That's all I need. I promise you. That's hilarious. I like that. I like that a lot. Although the mouse is a wee bit slow. That might actually... Well, let's see about that. Because I recall Doom being something of a movement shooter. At least from what I had seen. Oh yeah, that's a lot smoother. A lot smoother. Wow, they... Yeah, I don't think there's quite an appropriate system administrator for this. New aerospace. Well, I don't know what kind of ritual they were up to, but clearly they were. Or exactly what they were getting up to on our fellow here. Guess they were trying to seal him into this coffin, huh? Well, to start off with, even though there's no introductory kind of story cutscene or any such like one might anticipate, the room itself tells much of a story The room itself tells much of a story. It says, there are evidently some sort of hellish creatures here. They were attempting some action upon our boy that we have taken the place of. They had a big fucking gun waiting for us in a little summoning circle or some such. In a little summoning circle or something of the like. And things are otherwise not looking so hot. Even though we don't know exactly what's going on, we have a vibe for the area right off the bat.
We have to contain this.
And that little echo playback lets us know that our character is something else. They are not prepared for us. Whoever that might be. Alright, looks like it is pretty straightforward here. Demonic invasion in progress. Whew. Well, I'm glad they have a code specifically for that. Error code 20. Always happy to have a Mass Effect flashback. That's actually a brilliant way to cut through the process of getting your character all suited up. What would otherwise have been, obviously, a very, very lengthy and unnecessary expenditure for animating all of that. That saves a lot of good time.
Cannot determine the cause of the demonic invasion until the Resolve satellite is brought back online.
Welcome. I'm Dr. Samuel Hayden. I'm the head of this facility. I think we can work together and resolve this problem in a way that benefits us both.
And wrapping up the introductory sequence with a display of casual disregard, while also telling us where do we need to go and for what reason. That fuses the scenery itself properly and the interactive objects that are directly within it all together very nicely. I'm also glad that we have physics objects properly. Man, they really did this place up in their fashion. This feels like a Michael Bay scene. All the lens flares. Glory kill. Okay. Oh, so he can literally, like, finish them. Proper. Okay. I'm into it. Alright, what we got so far is the monsters. The possessed. Gas was 6U. Impressive. Alright, so let's see here. The possessed are created in a Lazarus Wave event, a phenomenon first discovered by Dr. Olivia Pierce during her Lazarus project. Funny I mentioned Mass Effect earlier. While most victims exposed to Argent biowaves will expire without further effect, some subjects will absorb traces of Argent energy and enter a state of posthumous vigor. Interesting that it's Argent energy. That is actually the, well, more accurately pronounced. That is actually the, well, more accurately pronounced Argent. If I recall rightly. I forget that this is a window node locked up. Let's see here. That'll pause the audio, but that's not a big deal. Word for gold. Pretty sure. Silver. Of course. So then what is white money? Interesting, interesting. Well, then what is the... Okay. Aurum? Aurum. Yes, I should have known. Those two have always slipped me up. Let's see if our audio will maintain. That is actually the word coming to us by way of French for silver. Despite the pre-established canon in most mythos of silver being something of a curative, or at least that gets away from, or at least that binds and gets rid of various maladies and spiritual ailments, even such things as curses. To have that be the name for the supposed waves that reanimate in demonic possession some of these poor individuals, I feel like that's gonna point us in some interesting directions later on. Despite necrosis of the internal organs, with the exception of the brain, the victim continues to animate and exhibit a low order of sentience for weeks or even months after clinical death. Posthumous brain activity in the possessed is limited to instinctive behavior. The possessed are known to be territorial when confronted by the living. When isolated, they will often enter a dormant state for extended periods of time. They will stand unmoving for days or weeks at a time until presented with a live food source or threatened by a predator. So these are actually demon zombies. That's crazy. Not only does it literally put a hole in their head, it also cuts their dang-a-lang off. How unfortunate for them. While giving them the goop hands. Yikes. Now I won't read all of these. That would be far too laborious and time-consuming, as we experience with the sections of the first article. But let's see. Gore nest. Okay. Interesting. So even the most basic enemy, the very first entry that we're able to review here within Doom, has a cemented purpose within the greater order of all of the enemies to come. Not only that, but it explains why we might encounter them at any given place, doing any given thing, and confers to them some kind of activity that they might do beyond being mere bodies for us to plow through as the main character. It's a lesson that could be taken very well in many, many games that want any of their combatants to be taken seriously. Especially in determining why there might not be some there. There's always the affirmative, but the negative as well. But the negative as well is just as important as to why they might not be in a place. They get eaten by higher demons. They get eaten by their demonic superiors. Oh. Boop. I love that. Wow. That laser pistol really does not do very much, huh? Okay, so I can literally just punch them once, and then rip them apart. I'm into that. What do we got here? From my cold dead hands. More accurately, yours. Ooh, so it is limited ammo. Let's see what we got here. UAC shotgun. That's a lot of bulk for a shotgun. I wonder if it does anything special, because that bore looks a lot bigger than just a mere 12 gauge. And it has an unbelievable spread, I'm sure. Titanium steel alloy. Well, that explains the coloration. Lots of exposed bolts and bits on the outside. Feels almost like something put together by Keltec. Really, is that so? You really feel that way? Oh, well, it holds like 20 some odd rounds, so I think that might be a benefit to the shotgun. I don't know where they're storing all that additional ammo, but that's quite a lot. Alright, let's see. Imp 1. Ferocious and agile demons are found all over hell. In a front line and a concerted attack in either dimension. Really? They revel in battle, feeding off their victims when the hunger takes them. Well, this is a hell of a lot less detailed than the simple possessed. I guess that could confer the idea that these are less understood creatures. Or maybe it's simply that they are so commonplace that there's not much interest vested in determining their mannerisms. But they are at least given the perfunctory definition of frontline fodder. So that's the gore nest they were talking about, huh? Ah, I cannot just hold fire. I'm sure as hell not going to waste good shotgun info. What? Oh, yeah, sure. I'm gonna waste good ammo on this. Can I kick that? Nope, that's just gonna blow up. Oh! All I gotta do is rip its eye out. Based. Yo, imps. They really do feel it. Ha! That shotgun damage does have some massive drop-off. That's crazy. Ooh, but we do have ammo. Alright, alright, alright. And armor? Is that armor? I would assume so. Alright, let's go! Well, that was easy. Oh, what up?
Demonic presence at unsafe levels. Lockdown in effect.
Is this just wave combat, or... am I doing something in particular here? That is an insane box of shells. Ah, damn. I wonder what he does, canonically, with the rest that he gets. Because that is a lot more than just 20. It's an interesting way to... oh. Passive climbing. Interesting. It's an interesting way to facilitate an arena-style level progression. At least from what I'm anticipating from this room, with interspliced story bits. Such that whatever this facility is has not been explained exactly yet.
Not be allowed to leave this place.
Bet.
You would ruin everything.
That sucks for you, bud. That there is a demonic detection radar.
I'm willing to take full responsibility for the horrible events of the last 24 hours, but you must understand, our interest in their world was purely for the betterment of mankind. Everything has clearly gotten out of hand.
Right.
But it was worth the risk, I assure you.
That was a great splash intro. The amount of attitude. It's incredible that Bethesda did this in 2016 and then just recently did Starfield. These things are incomparable. Even standing right here in the midst of just the intro zone, finally getting out of whatever kind of underground bunker that we were in. This view, this was hand sculpted. This was something that took time, effort, and boatloads of creative energy and expertise. Between the framing to the effects that I'm not even maxed out on in terms of my graphics. in the middle of 2016. What happened? What happened? But no matter. It doesn't take away from this moment. Let's go. Gotta check around the back. Huh? Oh. Alright, auto map. Ooh, that's nice. That's very, very nice. And I have full axial rotation. Also brilliant. Always appreciated a good 3D map, and this one definitely meets it. Also continues contributing to the style. Not only in that it has this very interesting blend of geometric futurism, scientific futurism, but also it continues to remind you of the fact that you are in the midst of hell. It also continues to remind you that you are to be in the midst of hell, with the background continuing to shoot up and kick sparks to and fro. I hope there's no fall damage. Let's find out. Okay, cool. No fall damage at all. Let's try some more of that passive maneuver. Ooh. Ah, data logs. I guess there is some continuity betwixt this and playing some Bioshock. That's actually quite a long entry. Let's speed read then. So we're on Mars properly. And in line with what I was saying earlier, the argent, the feature of whatever that argent material is with its waves, causing the condition of the possessed enemy type, is not simply some passive natural occasion. It had to be found specifically within a fracture, a cave, having some very immediately traceable references that could be referring to. Having some very immediately traceable references that could be pointing towards perhaps Plato's cave. And perhaps Plato's cave. Specifically that it is transdimensional. Specifically that it is transdimensional might actually refer to the theory of forms or something adjacent thereto, as it relates to the mythos of hell. Only furthered by the fact that highly technic patternation, specifically with fermions. As referenced with the fermionic transfer pattern, whatever that means. As referenced with the fermionic transfer pattern. Came about as a consequence of Earth's incredible energy demands. I think I'm seeing the pieces fall together. That is interesting. I'm curious to see how exactly that gets integrated into the gameplay. Does fire damage passively? Yes, it does. Very cool. But it doesn't do a burn effect. Good to know. This is gonna be sick. I wonder if I can land on one of them. I really hope I can, Halo style. Yep. Let's give it a try. Nope. Oh, right. Oh. Oh? Are these... No, those are demons. Okay. Interesting. There we are. Monsters. Possessed soldier. Yeesh. I can't rotate these ones. While Lazarus wave exposure does effectively wipe any vestige of human behavior. Genetic coding? We have jumped the shark from just... There's some kind of hell energy that radiates and transmutes the individual bodily. To that it more than likely contains genetic information. That could give some massive credence to any kind of hellish environments that happen, whether by the gore pits or any fleshy growths that might come about later on. And I'm very curious to see how that develops. And in the case of individual people, does not bode well for them. And makes me wonder, does our suit offer any kind of protection against that explicitly? Or is that something of a plot hole? Nope, not what I intended. Alright. Glory kill. Your ammo sucks, bud. Get wrecked. I wish I could punt those cans. That would make a much more interesting occasion. Make it feel like I'm playing Dead to Rights again. Yes, I could certainly use some ammo. Wow, that does not do a lot of damage. I think I'm getting used to the range on this thing. Yo! I love a good kill animation. That's good. That's really good. Just splits them apart. Nah, I can't get up there. Excuse me? Away with you. Some nice armor to have. Let's get all fueled back up. No? Who do you think you are? I don't want to miss any good pickups or any such. Oh! What's good, homie? That's a nice pickup to have. And we'll get all back up. I wonder if I could have just passed through here. I wasn't admittedly paying much attention to the door. Ah. I see. A pathway that has a slightly too high wall. My darnest enemy. Yep, well. To be in the army, but to be armless. Not a fate I would ask for. Yeah, well, to be in the army, but to be armless. It's not a fate I would wish for. And I think we'll be able to beat that, too. That easy, huh? A little anticlimactic, I admit. Ooh. Grenade? Hello? I see there's no... Ah, it does have its own entry. That's an interesting design. That can't be right. I have to look this up. That's not right. What model is it referencing? Yeah, the M67. Okay. Alright. This is a little bit sus. The frag grenade here is said to have an effective fatality radius of about 5 meters, and it's an improvement on the M67 grenade. I just looked it up. The effective lethality radius is like 15 meters, but it could go out to like 100 for the effective cause... But it could go out to like 100 meters for the effective casualty range. This being a defensive grenade, you expect it to be something that will deal a lot of damage in a lot of space. Despite all the technobabble here, and the supposed improvements that are made upon it, that are made upon the original. I'm not very convinced of what it claims insofar as being some sort of... I'm not really sure if I believe it in regards to being some sort of massive improvement. Especially with the fact that steel alloy cases are kind of like standard. Yeah, no. Unless, of course, you're looking at something like an armor piercer, which I would rather expect for this to have, given that we're fighting, I don't know, fucking demons or something. Especially with the fact that it has whatever weird kind of trigger mechanism this is to engage the fuse. Yeah, no. I don't think this one passes muster compared to the very adequate, very safe design of the M67. I think that the design team could have been a little bit more informed before they decided to put something down here. Though I will say, it does look very sci-fi. Equipment system. That grenade even feels weak. Not impressed. Okay, well. Maxed out on everything. Yeah! Two down. What you got for me, bud? That it? Union Aerospace. So that's what ASC stands for. I'll take C to stand for corporation. This admittedly would have been a good area, especially in this corner here, to put some sort of secret. Bit of a missed opportunity, I feel. Especially if you wanted to cement the idea that there are such secrets to pick up, whether it's even something like an audiobook or log entry. In the tutorial area, that would have been a good place. Where you at? There you went. Oh, you can see through the terrain. Very nice. Now what's up here? You know, I just had flashbacks to playing Metro, specifically Exodus. This feels like a trap. This feels like a trap. And if it were that game, I'd be very concerned about walking in here. But seeing these guys, I feel no sense of concern. And you can see why. That'll immediately give us back our ammo. Map data. Interesting. What was the button for the map? It is just tab. Okay, cool. Ah, and it even highlights where I've been. That's appreciable. I've always felt very dubious about the concept. I've always felt very dubiously. I've always felt very much like it was more of a kneecap to have an area completely mapped out and not tell you where you haven't been already. Than it is to get it and then have to wander around. Than it is to get it and have it actually show you properly where you haven't been. I don't know what the hell this is supposed to be for. Yeah, I don't care about the auto map, I'll tell you that much. Nay, where's the secret sense? I'd enjoy that one. Oh, I have to go through it. Okay. Ah, this is our upgrade tree, I see. Decreased weapon self-damage? Don't know what that's supposed to signify. Well, this, I think, will definitely be a must-have, but I do rather want that secret sense. I'm a little cheap like that. I guess that's kind of slotted in what I'm going for, then. Alright. Come on. Get yours. Oh. Hey. Oh! Oh, we do have an actual challenge. Well, I say that. An approximation of a challenge. I don't think I missed anything up here. Nah, good. You are mighty inaccurate, buddy. I say as I completely whiff a shot. Nothing to concern ourselves with here, I don't think. Save for that armor, which I'll happily take. Ooh. Grenade. Oh, I guess I've already got one. This is some good... Oh. Don't do that again. Same goes to you. And your buddies, too! Hello? Pardon? Wow, you really did just eat that to the face. No problem, huh? I'm interested to know just how ammo conservative I've got to be moving forward. At least until I get some different weapons. They'll balance things out. Can I get up here? Or is this gonna fling me off into the dead zone? Yeah, no, that's, that ain't happening. Alright, well, that's that. Back up to where we were going in the first place. I don't know if I'm gonna find much utility for a 5-meter radius grenade. That feels very anemic. Well, I mean, feels, I say. It is just straightforwardly very anemic. And these enemies don't seem to cluster very much. I don't foresee... Hello? Oh. Okay. Yeesh. I think I'll take some explosives things. I see now why there's the, weapon self-damage option. Why you have to do that to little buddy? My man was just giving you some free shit. What the fuck's wrong with you? You look sad now. What a son of a bitch move. Motherfucker. He's just hanging out there, all sad and shit. Well, maybe if I'm dealing with a ton of possessed, there might be some utility to that. Now let's try that, Alright. Where you at? Hmm? Wow, that actually did it. That's a good damage ratio. Eh. Wow, that actually did do well. At least on them. Alright. Damage time. Turn around, get you. Oh! He smashed his own face with his foot. Hey, never let motion be wasted, I suppose. I respect it. I'm glad they're at least starting to put into place a little bit of... Yeah, okay, I was just being daft. A little bit of explorative prompt, with there being things to pick up. Guess I could have come through there. That would have been interesting if I wanted to charge through. Exciting music? Is there like a new enemy or something I gotta deal with? Yo, you tried to Kamehameha me? I don't appreciate that very much, my friend. I would prefer you doesn't. Now here's where I want to get to before. Oh, don't worry, I'll get you. I'll wrestle you. Oh. Oh. That is something I wish was more abundant in games. Being able to turn the structure of a hostile into a weapon against themselves. Terribly underutilized. Hang on, I'll get you. I breaking a demon's jaw. Being the glory kill, that absolutely evaporating them, is fucking hilarious. That's such a mundane way to go out. To be a trans-dimensional monstrosity getting put out like that, that is big disrespect. I'd be very upset at myself once I got back to my home in hell. You're a little tanky, aren't you? And off into the depths. It has a nice feel of vastness to it. Would you quit that? It is not benefiting you in any way, I assure you. Alright, now I've been through all these areas. Actually, I don't think I, Is that artillery? Alright, I'll check back on that later. I think I've been through here. No, apparently not. Glad I checked back. Been through here? Yeah, rah-rah and all that. These are some mighty big maps. I feel like I'm gonna end up missing something, inevitably. And it is big enough. Oh, yikes. Might have been my first death for a change. Huh. Try and play a little bit more tactically here. Brutal. Where'd you come from? Where'd you go? Where'd you come from? Cut 9 Joe. I was hoping to glory kill you. No, you guys can come to me, that's fine. I'm happy for it. Go on. Keep firing your fucking... your arm cannon that somehow continues to run on hell ammunition. I promise you, I'm here for it. Can I make that? Yes, I can. Alright. That looks just far enough away that I can't make it. You know, while the actual sound effect of the shotgun ain't so bad, it does feel like it's rather lacking a little bit in the performance department visually to keep it feeling like something that is actually splattering demons should. Like, that feels good. That does not feel very good, seeing the up front and close. The bullet splatters. What's the word I'm looking for here? The instantiated shot holes? It doesn't feel very good. Feels a little bit too... feels a little out of date, honestly. Kinda Half-Life 2-ish. No diss to Half-Life 2, but... it is an old game. And to have that being the feel, the vibe of your shotgun, not good. They're being mighty generous with pickups around here. I don't know what the deal with that is. Maybe just because it's the early level.
Welcome to the UAC. Now
Yeah, what up?
21 accident-free days.
I like the little zoom effect you could give it that.
God rested on the seventh day, but imagine how much further along.
Alright, tell me more. Okay, I'm here for story time.
To excellence. That's why we implemented the 7-day work week. Now you can achieve greatness alongside your coworkers every day. Let's never stop achieving.
I agree. Slave camps for everybody.
Welcome to the UAC. Now
See, he's kind of stuck on that. Alright, let's go. Unavailable? Okay. Elite guards? Well, I know I definitely got that one, so I guess that's the marker for having gotten it. Okay. Alright. Cycle begins anew. So this is cyclic. If there is any parallel with what I was saying earlier about the finding of this otherworldly dimension of patternations and the fact that we can somehow scientifically align it with our reality. And in that, perhaps some correlation to Plato's cave, that this is cyclic. It might make the Doom guy something of the individual who actually got out of the cave and then went to free everybody else. That'd be a very interesting twist on the story if this is the interpretation that we're coming to here. Know your enemy. I can do that.
Hello, I am Vega, the sentient intelligence assigned to Mars. After running diagnostics on the Praetor suit, it appears that I can activate optional challenges that, when completed, will assist in upgrading your arsenal at an accelerated pace. I have added a tracking component to your dossier.
Alright, well, I do appreciate a good challenge. Ah! That should be easy. Variety is the spice of death. Well named. 5 different glory kills on the possessed. I guess this might vary by direction you approach them from, huh? Mike the Explorer. I think I can find 3 secrets.
Main power offline. All engine.
Oh? Hang on now. UAC personnel? I thought I already had this. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I'll read it since I already have it open. Wow, they had a real city here, huh? 60,000 employees. Oh, yeah, of course. In addition to setting ourselves on Mars, far away from our pre-established facilities on Earth, terraforming that bad boy, and then cracking open the literal cave, and then fracking into hell? Yeah, the first thing we're gonna do is make a true general AI. God bless the UAC.
This is not operational.
It is a wonder they're able to survive even one shotgun blast. There you are, my buddies. Totally whiffed that.
Main power offline. All entrances not operational.
Oh. Oh, okay. Intriguing. We have options. Will I actually get to pilot that? Is this... I keep referencing back... I guess this is starting on the trend that I began with Road Warden. Referencing other games I'm not even playing right now. I hope that there is something like a nice little Mako section with that vehicle. Wow, you guys are really pissed off over here, huh? Alright. Yeah. There we go. And done. Alright, let's see. Arches. I'll take the bigger boom. I'm interested in a cluster strike. That'll be pretty lit. Oh, okay. What? Alright. Yeah! Did I just make him flick that off into the wall?
All entrances not operational. Main power online.
a beautiful summer day.
Honesty, especially now, in what will be your final moments in this world.
Mm-hmm.
Rumors, the human sacrifices, the hell portal, the
Mm-hmm.
demons. It's all true.
Mm-hmm.
My sisters and
Really?
thankful. You will be the first. You will have a seat alongside them, just as I will, in what will become the new world that they create for us. Starting now.
That was a cringe outro, and I think you're dumb. Fuck it. Who do you think you are trying to actually take hell properly?
Especially now. In what
Are you
will be
playing
your
back
final
again?
moments in this
Okay.
world. All the rumors, the human sacrifice.
Well, I guess that was enough, but let's see. Is this a secret over here?
And what will be your final
That's some very interesting level design in that it does properly repeat throughout the facility. Gives a touch of an ominous air about the place. Man, you're telling me that you expect anything good to come out of this? When this is the legacy of the overwhelming majority of your comrades. Does not bode well for your apparent, seat of mastery next to the other demons of hell as a soft, squishy human. Alright, come on then. Okay, it does flick off into the wall. Nice. The arrival of the enemies is a little anticlimactic. I'll be honest.
My sisters and brothers be thankful. You be the first.
This thing does not have a good MOA. Ah, getting a little dynamic. No, that's good. How did that not jib you? This feels like an area I should be able to explore a lot more. Oh, interesting.
And what will be your final moments in this world?
Alright, what we got on those creatures? Ah! So that's the possessed engineer. During a Lazarus wave event. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. It's intriguing that it's a plasma wave, and yet it contains genetic information somehow? I don't think so. But it is interesting that all the various components on a person who is apparently immersed in this hellfire does properly become with them. If it is such high-intensity plasma, how the hell does it not explode immediately? Demonized human. Alright, cool. Okie doke. Are those explosive? No, okay.
unsafe levels. Lockdown. Anything.
Unsafe levels of demonic presence. The question is there a safe level of demonic presence? I must ask. Oh yeah, I like that. But it does have that cooldown. That's cool. Should have just used that barrel there. I like that's a good juxtaposition. Hey, you know, it's very good that we all want to join into hell and, you know, become ascended creatures of, a fallen divinity. But also, you know, if you have any ideas, feel free to put them in the tip box. Hello? The fuck? Oh, it's you.
Demonic presence eliminated. Lockdown disengaged.
I would have swear there was another one of those guys. I do think that this will require a higher difficulty if this is really what they're rocking. Where am I going? I guess over there. I'd like to jump that, but I also don't want to die. Guess I'll go the long way. At least until, there's some means of extending that jump. I think there's a double jump in the game. I hope so. Oh. Oh. Righteous. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good. I sure am. Rip and tear. Okay, cool. That's a very good way to... This whole bit is a good way to... Oh, I bet they are. This is a really good way to incentivize a player to actually use the equipment that you have, not just because it is stylish, but because it'll actually benefit you in the midst of your gameplay. How do I get up there? Yeah, I don't see anywhere else to go. I guess that is the right way forward. But surely there's a way to the top. Maybe it is just through this path. Whoop. Ah, yeah, that's good. I dig that. Bitch. Don't touch me. That does not have much radius. They seem to have this feature of not being especially forthcoming with the radius of explosives. Not what I would have expected. Well, since you decided to be the last one out, you'll get to be the first I test my chainsaw on. Wow, that is a surplus. Holy shit. Good googly moogly. Well, I guess that answers my question about being conservative with ammo.
Access denied. Yellow security clearance required.
Alright. Well. Let's see if I can get into there first, because I could do with that armor. Alright, that's somehow bulletproof glass against what looks like double on bunk. And that's a laser door? Ow. Thank you for... Okay. Oh, no. Oh, that's not good. Of all... of all the places not to let me auto-climb over, that was not the one I expected. Well, at least it didn't send me too far back.
Here at the UAC, we take pride in
Yep. That did absolutely nothing to the possessed guy. But that did. Come on. Very good. I won't make that mistake again. Although it looks like I gotta go across if I want to get in. I don't think there's any place I can go out here, yeah? Yeah, okay. Gas? Gas? No gas? Okay. I guess not. I just got very significant reflections of Star Trek Elite Voyager. All the various super sci-fi corridors and the little pneumatic pumps and floors and all that to navigate. Man, you guys need to chill the fuck out. A little bit of sound design could use some work. Having that squelching sound coming through still does not maintain the immersion very much. Rude. More gasoline. Or sci-fi gas. But to what end?
Access denied.
Yeah, of
Yellow
course.
security clearance required. Access denied.
I'm not getting in through
Yellow
there.
security clearance required.
I really hope I don't get locked out of here once I go through. Sad. I'm gonna take one look back through again, just to be sure. And never mind. I don't know whether that is intentional or not, but I cannot get back through there.
Presence at unsafe level. Lockdown in hold.
Don't tell me what's safe or unsafe. It's all good. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of, you know, homies hanging out. Having some cheeky Nandos. Cracking a few with the lads. Still feel like I'm missing a particular piece. There's some really good voice recording for that. Motherfucker. Was it 3 shotgun blasts I was thinking took them down? Or at least made them vulnerable? Ooh, and health too. Nice. Something I haven't taken note of yet, but these arenas have made some good efforts at verticality, not only with the enemies, as in this imp here, taking to the pillars, but also just the navigable space for the player. The engageability of the enemies from height to height. Ghosty goo. The engageability of the enemies from height to height, even though there is a significant impetus to get up close and personal, particularly with the weapons that we have at our disposal at the moment, the shotgun namely. There is nonetheless a good lot that you can do with this space, and they surely do. Waiting on the elevator simulator. That is a nice break. For a normal player who's just going through this, to go through something so mundane as waiting for the elevator and then riding up it to the area while following this ghost vision, presumably generated by the AI of the facility, does well for giving us a little bit of a breather, putting some of the gravity and severity of the situation into context. Alright, let's see. really want that. But I'm a guess I can't come back for it, huh? Ah, well. I still do not approve of what you do to little buddy. He doesn't even say anything to you. He's not annoying like Claptrap or such. Oh? Oh, cool. Oh. Now, why would something approximately the size of, like, a laser aiming module being attached to a section of rail allow you to go from this to this? That's a burst. That's wild. From a regular ass expulsion of lead to, well, now I can just do this time over time. To 3-round burst. That's wild. I know that a lot of games don't take much time to really explain why their things work like they do and they just want it to play like they want it to play, but there are better ways to do it. For now, I think I'll stick with this. Which... Ah, okay. Ooh, spoopy. Bet. That will kill you, but a full shotgun round to the chest won't? That's crazy. Nice try, bud. I'm gonna backtrack, see if I can open anything with that yellow key. I don't expect that I'll be able to, but we'll see. I have no doubt that the card will have some utility going forward, but I'd really not like to miss out on anything I have the chance to see. Especially because I want to complete those challenges. Yeah. Okay, there is only one way forward then. Well, I guess it's back in the elevator. Such as it is. Oink. Almost missed that bad boy. Nothing I can do there yet. Alright. Now, instead of backtracking like a dingus, I could have just come through here and been totally fine. Gotten exactly where I wanted to. Yeah. Nothing back here I can take a look at, is there? Nah. Okay, on to the checkpoints. It's a very unusual instance to have the ability to have all the markers and things actually point you in the direction of where you want to go. That was you, huh?
Welcome to the UAC's Mars installation, located in the vast Hellish Plain impact basin. This high-tech mining and research facility is pushing the boundaries of the imagination each and every day. As a valued employee, your loyalty is more than just a commitment to the UAC. It's a commitment to the future of mankind. Thank you for your service.
Well, what future you allow them to have? It's not a very bright one, but it is a future. You can say that. Huh. That's a block. Alright, let's see what it has to say about it. Not quite what I was going for. Did I not read the... Yeah, I've read the combat shotgun. What the hell? This almost has the design... This almost has the configuration of like a bullpup, insofar as its shortness and its squatness. The kind of height that it has just by virtue of cramming so much into such a small space. But it's box-fed. I don't know if I'm a fan of that look. And those front sights are atrocious. Alright. No, no shit, they're actually using plasma. Interesting. How in the hell is that supposed to be a 50 cal? That looks like 308. I know the proportions are chunky, but that's like a 308 round right there. Ain't no way that's firing a 50 cal. And even if it was, you would essentially have a flamethrower. The length of that barrel, even with its flibbity-doo weirdo... Even with its flibbity-doo little, I guess, expanded reinforced chamber? If that's what I'm thinking that it is, it's got only, like, 14 inches of barrel. Tops. Accurate to all distances, my asshole. Yeah. No. But it will do well, though.
All UAC employees are subject to regular med checks to ensure their production capabilities are...
Oh, that's not a that's not a front sight. That's a carry handle front sight combo?
Welcome to the UAC's Mars installation, located in the vast house
What the fuck is this piece of shit? The flip-up sights in the back are obscured by the top rail. If you could call that a rail. Maybe a clamp type. And there's no front sight post. It's whatever the asymmetric handle is up there. And then a little dot ringed in metal. Accurate to all distances. 50 caliber. Okay. Well, maybe it's half-inch, not... Let me actually read that. Maybe it's not 50 BMG. Maybe it's just 50 caliber generally. Yeah, okay. It does say that. My bad. But that's still unbelievable. In the space we go. Wow, that actually works. Does it come with any... No, okay. No right click right off the bat. Yikes. That thing absolutely whoops ass. All I gotta do is, like, double tap with this thing. Oh, that's the fuel. Okay. Wow. A little plink to the head and they are insta-stunned. Nah, that's okay. Low rate of fire too, so I'm not just blowing through ammo. Oh! Ah. Should have known. I think I was trying to hit Q for my grenade. See if it would take him out. It did not. Being that I didn't deploy it. Right. We are coming up on the 4th hour. I think that I might just go until the level completes, because I am enjoying this. As low-key as the experience has felt. Like, I think the music really does a lot of the heavy lifting for those that are particularly affected by it. Because imagine if I played this without the music. I might do a little demonstration of that as soon as I get to a little pause. The environs themselves do not have, like... Oh, shit. Alright! Right through the shield. Based. Yeah, the actual engagements themselves are not kicking yet. Like, and I felt this, like I was talking about earlier with Metro. It really felt like every little engagement was positively life-threatening, even whenever I was rocking through them. On, like, a good setup or something. The hell is that? That's gonna hurt me, isn't it? Oh, shit, no, okay. Yeah! I'm gonna punch him to death! Oh, it glory kills instantly. Fucking alright. I'm into it. Where's the rest? Art thou not entertained? Oh, it was a short-lived but fun experience. This assault rifle fucks. I am so into it. I don't think I'll touch that shotgun at any point in the near future. Now when I can do that. Fuck. Bitch. But yeah, whenever I was playing Metro, or something else that I had played within the last year, God of War, there was a lot of really, like, you piece of shit. There were a number of moments that genuinely had me, like, on the edge of my seat. Playing Doom, though, so far? Not at all. I think it's been more annoying than anything, perhaps just because of the shotgun's really hampered range, and its very finite ammunition. Maybe it'll improve now that I have a weapon that's actually capable of putting some range on it. Or maybe it'll feel more like a marksman's game at that point than anything else. Really? That's maxed? For real? Oh, it's shotgun ammo, okay. No secrets down here. I don't think I'm gonna have found all the secrets. Even though we're going back into the facility right now, I am not very hopeful that it's gonna lead me back to where I was looking at earlier with that extra ammo that was up top. I got the sneaking suspicion that I'm not supposed to be able to navigate all these areas yet. Maybe there's some sort of suit upgrade, some mobility enhancers that I'm supposed to get at some point. Then I can come back through here. Like a New Game Plus mode. It's just over here. Yeah, no way to get across. It's not possible to mount up that wall, huh? Nah, that's just gonna slide me off every time. Alright. Now to wait on an elevator again. Alright, what we got here? Oh! Lend a hand, buddy. Much obliged. No wonder I couldn't get over there earlier.
I'm blocking your access to the facility scanner. Come to the Vega terminal, and I'll give you what you need.
Alright, you son of a bitch. You're signing your own death warrant, I hope you know that. If there's anybody you do not want to fuck with, like, definitionally, categorically, it is the Doom guy. Alright, so you brought the gang. Oh, down I go. You guys gonna follow, or am I gonna have to come back up? Well, you tried anyway. Yeah. See what I was mentioning earlier? This does not feel like heart-pounding, muscle-straining action. Now that ba-da-bup isn't blasting in my ears. Oh. Especially when I can just pop them like that. Hello? That's a sweet little area to find. But where to go, methinks. Back up to full armor. Oh no! Oh shit! Oh fuck! Ah, god damn it! That was good. That was really good. You know, in line with exactly what I was just saying. That was the most exciting moment so far. Oh shit. Yikes. I didn't even notice them before. Yeah, despite the... Despite all the good style, despite all the good map design and everything that I can compliment to the high heavens, although of course the enemy design is really what is on the forefront here. Because obviously, no matter what the environment would be, their ability to interact with that is significantly superior to pretty much any other first-person shooter I've played so far. It still doesn't have the vibe. Not yet. I still am holding out hope because everything else is so fucking good. But we'll see. Oh shit. Yeah! I really ought to try out that grenade next time. Gonna need some more fuel for that bad boy. Why are you so blurry? Oh, it's condensation. Alright, what we got on dinner tonight? We got bubbly and cheesy mac. And then we can top it off with a nice delicious whipping of fire retardant cream. That's absolutely doomed dinner. Alright, let's go. What? Okay. Hello? Knock, knock. Ah. Look at me being a dunce. Oh. Why the hell did I swap to the shotgun? Really could have done with one of those possessed engineers. Oh! Alright, what we got here? Well, I've noticed that in terms of their combat pattern. What about this says Special Forces? Alright. Neo-Phalanx. Well, that does keep in line with the old Greek stuff that I was mentioning earlier. It rather adds to the confirmation, I think. Oh, there's no risk to me. Worry not. He sounded confused. Alright. Are we playing this game forever? Get the fuck out of the way. Oh, I did get him. Cool. How do I get around you, huh? Because you just literally, like, 180. I guess it is legitimately just so simple as maneuvering, huh? Oh, there's that. Take them out with the pistol, no problem. Ah, we've got something of an actual concern here. Yep! Ah, that's not what I did. Yep! There we go. And that does not do anything to him. Okay. Other than piss him off, I guess. Oh! That shield evaporated mighty fast. Don't know what I'm wasting that for. Help, please. Thank you. Okay. Oh, the grenade respawns. Cool. The worst time for technical difficulties. I could go through here. I guess I'll check out the other area first. I do have a pistol to use and heads to pop. The wrong way. Oh? Did I skip some areas? Apparently so. Oh shit. Nice! Which we got here? Nice, nice. Well, if ever fumbling through, backtracking has helped me. This would be the time for it. Now let's see. Right. Okay, so I came through here. If I was trying to 100% this game, that map would be a godsend. Did I really not look in here? That's wild. Didn't even notice it. Am I just tunnel vision right now? What the fuck is going on? I'm just skipping through. Alright, well, I guess I cleared it out now. Hello? Ah. Now I'm not missing things. Very nice. That is ominous as hell. That's really cute. What do we got here? UAC Marine guy. I appreciate they had their own toy line. Okay. Alright. I accept that. I respect that. Back to it. And I cannot duck. I can mount up things, but I can't auto duck. That's less than ideal. And that doesn't work. Yeah, okay. Alright, I'm here. Where are you? What?
Take it. It will give you strength, help you on your journey, if you can withstand the power surge.
Ah, yes. The Eye of Sauron. Or the Sigil Stone from Oblivion. That's gonna be a good snack. Oh, fuck yeah! Now I can walk on water! I don't think armor is gonna be a big deal for me this run. But is it health or ammo I want more right now? Well, in order to use ammo, I need to stay alive, so I think I'll go with health for now.
That is pure Argent energy you've just taken into your system. It seems to agree with you. I will unlock the remaining Argent cells within the facility for you. Vega, give him what he wants.
61,337 UAC members deceased. 81% of the facility
Hey,
is on lockdown.
isn't that, like, over the entire population?
According to the records, Dr. Hayden, the invasion originated in
1337.
It seems that a hell wave was activated, transforming 64% of all UAC employees into the creatures you see roaming throughout the facility.
Right.
The rest were killed by the demons released from their holding cells by Olivia Pierce.
I feel I should apologize for what's happened here. Some of my employees took things too far. Olivia was the cause of all this, and I believe you will have to deal with her in time.
You don't say.
Not agree with our research, but know this. We exploited Hell and its resources because it was in mankind's best interest to do so. What you
Yeah, that's
see in this facility
never been said before.
of progress. But none of that matters now.
There is an emergency in the foundry. The regulators have been destroyed and the core temperatures are now destabilizing.
They've overrun the adjacent facility. If the venting turbines aren't re-engaged, neither of us will survive the meltdown.
Alright, am I free to go then? Okay. Well, you don't have to tell me twice. I'm happy to kick more ass. Yeah, the sake of progress. This is the cost. Right, right. Well, at least from what the entries have said, this definitely had some massive benefits for energy. Damn, I only got the one secret. Oh well. But I think that that about wraps it up. So let's say, what do I think? What is my summary thought on Doom from the first 2 levels that I've played through? It hasn't been as exciting as I think that it ought to have been. And I don't think that if I wasn't doing commentary on that, I would have a different opinion. Obviously, you know, analyzing something, looking at the structure and the mechanism of it, you know, does make it... It does deflate it a little bit. It can, anyway. Unless it's continuing to impress the entire time. Which, you know, we have had happen, especially in some cases of, like, Bioshock, for instance. And Road Warden. It had quite a few impressive features therein. Both of these. Not that the gameplay is too static, but rather that the impressed tone, what is being obviously driven at, is not matching the gameplay loop that we've been introduced to thus far. And the interactions along the path of the story, as entertaining as some of them have been, are not profoundly in line with that mechanic tone either. That ultra-violence, that blood-pumping, high-octane, explosive experience. From the feel, visual, and mechanic, and in terms of damage, not to mention range. And the monotonicity of effective gameplay strategies, of effective gameplay of effective meta, it feels a little hollow. In the same way that the weapon designs are themselves very cool on the surface. Their expression is interesting. But the content, the depth, does not feel like it matches that pretense. I haven't had a bad time. I look forward to coming back to it. But it does leave me feeling in the same way as having drank a soda. Like, it was alright. It was very refreshing in the moment. But it doesn't feel like it left me with anything substantial. It's just okay. And I mean that in the most positive way possible. But I think that's my thoughts on Doom so far. Well, let's get to our outro then. I'll save and exit here. That way it's not interfering with my software. And then we'll come to the full cam. Well, thank you for attending, those who did, in our episode of Constitutional Doom. If you thought it was something worth seeing spread around and enjoyed in the future, if you think it's worth promoting and perhaps seeing more of in the future, please go ahead and like and subscribe. Share us around. We have Instagram, X, an entire Discord set up to our name, the Threefold Edifactory, and we're working on getting things put out to BitChute and TikTok for those that are interested. If you think it might be worth money, we have one-time donations that can be made at whatever amount that you might desire through Stream Elements with the link in the description. Alongside, also linked in the description, Patreon for those who might want a little bit back for whatever money they might throw into the pot in terms of benefits, and at a very nice starting rate of a mere $5 per month. With a slew of benefits, including ad-free viewing, the ability to vote in any channel polls, getting your name here at the end of the video, and some benefits in our Discord, not to mention helping to keep this going. And without further ado, I hope that you never miss your opportunities.